is like a star, shining brightly from afar. Magic is just a pole star. Fight away with my guitar. I've got to know my direction, and I know there's no connection with my action. Smokey, you're not my guy. I really want to say goodbye. Bobby, what's all your life? Wishing you the reason why. 'Cause my head is clear. All the time I'm free. My life.
And hello and good evening, everyone. It is I, Kurishine, your humble announcer for the PPRL NASCAR League, and we are just about 45 minutes away from kicking off the finale of this season of PPRL NASCAR racing. Now, as we get underway, we are going to have another loaded field today of competitive drivers looking to crown a true champion of the league. As we get ready to get underway, let's take a quick look at our point standings. Sorry, taking a second to load. So we are looking at the overall point standing for the season. There's only 20. I can read the numbers. We're gonna blow this up. There are 23 473 points for PRG Gasly and 450 points for PRG Dawson leading at this championship. But the big fight that we're expecting to see is Tsunami and Dawson. If either of them show up, it is going to be a fight for the title. We're looking for PRG Dawson as our likely winner for this evening, having shown impressive speed in the last 3 rounds of the championship. An easy hands-on favorite to win, but we will be taking some views on a number of the other racers going out tonight. And tonight our stadium for the finale is at Sunset Speedway, 2.44 miles. So clocking in as a super speedway, it's going to be a high speed battle, but with each of the turns of Sunset Peninsula being just a little different from each other, it's going to be really tricky for these drivers to try to lock it and find a rhythm. As a created original track to Forza Motorsport, is definitely a bit of is definitely going to be a bit more of a difficult run.
Okay, which means that technically
Apparently, my math on estimating where this is going to be an issue.
That's going to be tough.
So
for Dawson
somebody
to
take out
overcome
Fluff.
that.
all Dawson has, sorry, all Fluff has to do is try and finish top 6. That's all he has to
No
do. But
wonder
Dawson's got to
Dawson
win
was
the race
so
pretty much.
hungry for those points last week. Then.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, 100%.
it's a drafting track, so you never know.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, anything could happen.
Yeah.
Anything could happen.
I mean, as far as like last
I
corner
don't think it's
passes and
quite as
stuff like
random
that,
as
I'm not.
Daytona, but
No, I don't think so either.
but definitely has some randomness to it.
So I know, like, I don't see Fluff's name on the standings. Is Fluff Gasly?
Gasly,
Yeah.
Oh,
Gasly.
that
Gasly.
explains my confusion. Thank you. I was like, I don't see a Gasly. I don't see a Gasly in here. So like, I am just gonna like go on and read off as I see. So yeah. Correction.
Definitely,
I'm sorry, I did not mean to spread fake information.
It's all
Fake
right, mate.
news.
Yeah, we just recently started an esports team, and we're in the process of getting his name changed on Xbox and everything. So
All right. If I can bring the graphic back up so we can talk about the points. So we're gonna be looking out for. Oh my God, move! Thank you.
Dawson's here.
And Dawson has just entered the chat. Dawson is just getting ready to warm up for the round. But pardon. So the name to watch is Fluffball. Fluffball is PRG Gasly. And as PRG Gasly is going to be leading up PRG Dawson, it is going to be very difficult. So as long if Dawson were to win the race and Gasly Fluffball falls anywhere below sixth position, Dawson could walk away with the championship. So it is Fluffball's PRG Gasly championship to lose. But following up from there, other drivers that we have on the field today are Adam RPG, the humble runner of the league at 22nd position. Silver, EM2 Silver at 17th. Hockey sitting comfortably at 10th position, looking to see if he can crank up a little bit further. And Dawson, our current runner-up, and then LeBron currently sitting at 23rd, but if he can finish well, he's looking to be able to make up a number of positions on the field.
23 now. Getting closer.
I just hope I get better. That's all.
There it goes.
ERG Black
Give that a. After not talking for a while.
back in black, 5th. Frosted.
42.
But we'll be looking out for seeing how everyone goes. But the leaders of our championship down to the top 10 are Gasly, Dawson, Tsunami, Back in Black, Benz, Zevix, Kinsey, Duke, and Ghost Reaper. And running out our top 10 is Hockey. So it'll be interesting to see who all remains there as the day closes out. So let's take a few tours around Sunset while everyone else is getting ready. And if anyone has any ideas on what we're going to be looking at today, please feel free to chime in. All right, I think I am set up. Let's put that. Oh, it's off. 1 second. So let's see what Sunset's like to go around. Nope, it is not functioning. 1 second, BRB, while I fix this. Would you look at that? Everything's functioning now. All right, let's have a little bit of fun. I have to like readjust my how I feel about the field of view since I'm normally racing on triples. Looking like it's going to be a great day for the race. So track temperatures should not race too high, so we'll see how this plays out for everyone's tires. Times at the top of the field, currently looking at like 42 seconds, 42.2. Into 44 on the first effort. Yeah, my setup's a little tight. Being a little understeer in the first sector. So as I was saying, the 3 turns of the Sunset Peninsula are all different. The first turn being a bit tighter, and the last turn being a deep sweep. And we're gonna have to check in a moment. Out. And we will do a quick BRB and be right back.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot easier for me to explain to you over phone call because it'll be a lot to type. Do you have like a notepad or something that you want to take like notes on this down, or do you want to like record? I don't know if you can record what I'm saying, maybe. Okay. Yep, you're good.
All right, and we're back. We have a little over 20 minutes remaining for people to get in there and put in their qualifying times. I'm gonna go on and skip that. We're gonna pull back from what do we have here? We're gonna pull back from running practice laps, and we're gonna take a look at where we are with regard to everyone's qualifying times. We're looking like we're filling out the lobby pretty nicely. And I'll try to make sure. Oh, no. Go to menu. Fuck. Why the fuck is it not going to menu? Shit. I'm too close to the pit lane exit, you piece of shit game. Thank you. Fuck. I forgot I had to actually drive out of the pit lane. Sorry for whoever was on a lap that would not let me go to menu. All right, we're going to exit the practice session. Don't you love Forza? Forza's so great. It's such a good game. All right, let's take a look at our current standings. Events. Let's put down a qualifying time yet. We are at 25 to go, and yet to see any qualifying times. In terms of practice times, we'll go back out and take a quick look, and hopefully this time not almost murder anyone. All right, let's get her underway. Try our best to stay out of folks' way as practice is going on. Now, from what we were seeing earlier today, 42 still seem to be the run of the show. Punisher 1353 currently sitting at the top of the practice times with a 42.846. People working on their various run strategies, working on their qualifying plans, seeing what's going to work out. But Sunset not quite wide enough to let the kind of flow and multi-lane racing that you would see at Daytona occurred. Sunset being, while very wide, has very few optimal lines through these corners. Let's see if we can get a draft and see what we can do here. So we got a 43.5 out of our first run. We're riding down on the tarmac. Bit of a no-no. Up a few tenths of a second. Trying to keep it off the wall. Good strong exit there. Just 2 tenths up, 4.33. See, you got me here focusing as well. Slushy cape, excuse me. Slushy cape getting the better of Punisher's time at the top of my order. We have a 4.2877, and that wall collision is going to put me off. I think I might have done a little damage there. Ooh. That's not going to be a good one. Let's see if we can get a proper run through. losing quite a bit of time on the final corner. And this is the challenge that these drivers are going to be looking at as they try to ply the 600 miles around Sunset today. Each of these corners takes a little bit different, takes a slightly different approach. Turn to a very gentle bend, and then ultimately turn 3 into turn 4 being effectively a 180 degree exit where you'll be caught out by understeer, and that is probably one of the biggest places that you'll end up losing time there. That corner difficult to make the most of in such a way that you're not going to absolutely destroy your tires. Now, there are a number of different options, but it's going to depend on how the drivers are going to, one, manage their tires and manage the aero wash coming off the cars in front of them. It's a possibility to double apex turns 1 and turns 3 to 4. But you cross over so many lines, it's going to be where the traffic lets you go. Three laps remaining. We're going to try a high and down. And there's a third party there, and we're gonna eat this wall. Gonna fall in line here. 2 laps remaining. Then we're gonna go into menu. Oh, and my front tires are absolutely cooked. Now we have Tsunami and Visible Rockets, 2 pretty reliable drivers on the field. Let's see what type of lines they're running through here. Visible Rocket weaving in and out behind Tsunami, trying to put a little bit of clean air on the front of that car. Keeping it pretty tidy through the 3-4. And of course, just a light weave. Last lap in the tank. Just getting the last benefits of the draft off of Visible Rocket ahead as they just leave me in the dust. Making it through clean, no taps on the wall. And we're going to go on and fall out of the order. So let's take a look at what our best laps are looking like for the field. Adam RPG currently with the doubles, with the full zeros. Please, hello. There we go. Yes. So coming down the order, some of our best times are appearing to be in the 42-second range. 42.846 still appears to be the best time. 42.846. Oh, excuse me, I spoke too soon. 42.646 currently by PRG Back in Black, or Black 30. 4253 by Tsunami. And let's drop back in and see where we are. Oh. Slushy Cake with a 42517. Trying to nurse this thing back around to the pit lane. It's going to be another difficult one. Exiting out of the banking in the 3-4 complex is already hard enough as it is. Making that into a pit lane entrance without eating that pit wall is going to be another challenging play for our drivers. And we're going to pop back into the VC and just keep an eye on what's going on. Oh yes, after that. Sorry, I'm like absolutely locked in just a little bit. Getting a little bit of a side draft off a black. Sliding behind him. Oh, come on. Let me get the front end down. Modulating. Black understeers a little bit out of the corner. And Dawson is, of course, calling me. Hello. Evening. So on top of doing the announcing, I'll be serving as sort of the race director, since I kind of have the eagle eye, view of the racing event. So I'll be calling safety cars, releasing the field, and that sort of stuff throughout the race. We'll still be having our safety car, Savage Speed, running it on the track, but just since I kind of have the view from the booth, it makes a little bit more sense to like let me make the calls so I can jump everything in. All right, we are going to hop back down into the VC. I currently have them muted as they're going through their final checks. We're now under 10 minutes. Let's take a quick look and see if anyone's putting in any qualifying times. We have our first two qualifiers at Hockey with a 4.3184 and a Frosted with a 4.3599. As we're hearing inside the practice session, a good solo time that we're going to be looking for is in the high 4.2s. So Hockey probably getting close to what looks to be a pretty decent mid-pack field, but we're going to have to see what time everyone starts putting in as the results start to click in. But we're getting into the final 10 minutes. And hello, Van. How are you doing, my friend? We are here with a little bit of NASCAR tonight. I am announcing for PPRL, so I hope you stick around and enjoy the race. And of course, my lovely 491 custom NASCAR livery. Do a few more fun laps as we wait for everyone else to get in, checking our surroundings to make sure we're not in any trouble. Oh my goodness, that is Savory Chicken. Savory, my God, where have you been? It's good to hear from you. And I'm sorry to hear that you're so tired, Van. But it's good to hear from such a good friend. And thank you, I'm glad you appreciate my setup. It's taken a while to put it all together, but it has been well worth the enjoyment. We won't be using so much of the racing setup this evening for myself, but we will be using my broadcast setup in order to help bring the show for this evening's race with this NASCAR League. And folks are starting to drop out of the practice lobby. Folks are starting to drop out of the practice lobby as they're getting ready to go and put in their qualifying times. As we get down to the last 5 minutes of qualifying, we will bounce back out of the practice session and start looking for times to come in so we can see what our order is going to be. But as far as what I'm doing today, I am presenting, I'm announcing. I'll be bringing the show of this evening's NASCAR race. And the track evolution is very strong. So as the cars go around the track, they leave little bits of their tire rubber on the field, and it builds up the speed that the cars can take. So as each lap goes by, the track, as what they say, gets faster, it evolves. So even right now, my lap times from earlier in the session are down easily by a few tenths of a second. And when you're looking at even this big 2.5 mile NASCAR ring, we're looking at closing 2.5 miles with about 43 seconds. Average speeds well over 200 miles an hour. And with a field of 20 drivers, it's going to be very, very close throughout this entire run. Actually, oh, I'm about to bang into the wall. so you can get a little bit better look of what the setup looks like. This is everything I've been working on for a while. I know a little bit about it. I enjoy, I like racing in all its forms. NASCAR and circle track and oval racing is one of my earliest loves when I was a kid. So being able to get on, enjoy a little bit of the competition on top of being able to bring folks the show, it makes me happy. It brings great enjoyment. And the PPRL guys are real fun, so they always make an exciting night. All right, we're gonna see if we can lock down one more clean race. So I'm gonna focus just a little bit. $200 down. That drop to the inside is not doing me any favors. Gaining. Was a little late on the turn in. And that's basically ruined. Yep, nothing doing. All right, let's go on and pop out. We're going to be waiting for the last of the qualifying times to come in as the field gets set for today's race. Well, yay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, you should see when I'm actually driving, when I'm driving more competitively. Those are my fun nights. Like I said, tonight I'm taking the wheel off. We're bringing up the overall scores for tonight's race. Up at the top, one of our favorites to win, the current number one position in the championship, PRG Gasly, as aka Fluffball in the game. Fluffball putting in the fastest time of the qualifying session. Currently, our pole setter. Currently, our pole sitter is putting on a 4.285, and then leading up the field is the Duke. What nights? Oh, well, what nights is? For me, it's let's see, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday are my main race nights, and then Saturdays I do broadcasting. And not this Sunday, but next Sunday I'll be starting up racing on Sunday nights as well. So it'll be Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have my 4 race nights a week, and then Saturdays are my broadcast night. Just shoot me a DM and I'll get you my schedule a bit later. All right. And it looks like the field is finally filling out. And our current P3 in the championship, SDW Tsunami putting in the fastest time, blipping Fluffball by just over a tenth of a second. We are now? Okay, no, really shoot me a message. Let me catch up, all right? It's exciting to hear that, it's exciting to see you, but it's really good to hear that it's nice to hear you're back. So I just want to catch up. Let's see, what else do we have? No, not the Duke. So currently, our first 2 rows are SDW Tsunami, currently number 3 in the overall championship. Then Fluffball at a 4.2825. Then Taylor Weiler at a 4.29. Our current P2 has not put in a time, as we can see yet. Dawson's yet to put in a qualifying time. So in order to have any shout of winning this championship, Dawson needs to finish P1, and Gasly cannot finish any higher than P6. So it is as we said earlier, is Gasly's championship to lose. And I'm also going to pop back into the VC so we can check and see what's going on as we get down to the last moments of this. Our last drivers to put in a qualifying time are TFS Kinsey, Dawson, Visible Rocket, and Punisher. Getting down to the last 30 seconds for them to put in a lap. If they have not started their lap, they are not going to be able to put in a qualifying time and be starting from the back of the grid. Dawson does not get a lap in. Dawson's going to have to pull out all the stops to try to work his way through the field, and traffic has been an issue throughout the week. So as we get down to the last 5 seconds, we're about to lock in the order. 3, 2, and 1. The grid is set. The grid is set for the finale of the PPRL NASCAR League. Leading us out on the field today in our P1 position is SCW Tsunami with a 4.2795. All of our top 5 drivers putting in times within 0.2 of a second of each other. It's going to be a street fight all the way to the end, with the Camaro, Camry, and Camry. So our order going in is Tsunami, Fluffball, Taylor, Duke, PRG Black, then Adam RPG for our first 6. Rounding out the top 10 is RDR Silver, Hockey, Slushy Cape, and then LeBron. So it will be quite the fight. The top first and third will make up our first row of the field, with PRG Gasly, aka Fluffball, in the alternate pole position, and SCW Tsunami, who's currently P3 in the overall championship. Not for lack of trying, starting a little bit later in the championship than some of the other drivers. He's made up quite the deficit, and is currently sitting at a very pretty position. Cool. And we have a number of POVs. We're gonna start pulling them up, get everyone's links. I'm also sorry, I forgot to mute myself in VC. I did not mean to be just running through the run. No, absolutely no. I tend to make sure I mute. I just did not check the board.
Adam, did you hear my mom call you a smart ass when I walked in the comments? Yes.
All right, we're gonna turn them back down as Oh, and just to say again, if you are streaming the race, please put your links in general or somewhere for me to find them. I can have you pulled up. Was that the Duke that said they tried to, or? All right, no, I got yours. I had to do a little deciphering, but I got yours together. I don't see. Did I see yours? No, I don't. Post it in general. No, it isn't. It is not too late to post your links if anyone is streaming.
The longest season we ever did in PPRL by far.
Final notes
so
from
thank you
the
everyone,
race director
especially
and
those
leader
of
for the
you that
race
showed
begins.
up week in, week out. Even the people that didn't, but were able to show up most of the time. I really, really appreciate it. We started this season back in November, I think, wasn't it? November, December. It's been a fucking long season, and I really appreciate everyone showing up and just and giving faith in me, and not just faith in me, but faith in the admins and everybody else for showing up and winning races. It's been exceptionally fun for me. Next season, you'll have Dawson managing PPRL NASCAR because I'll be moving over into F1 to try and get a series started over there. I will be popping in from time to time to come see you guys and everything. And just, if you do have any issues, please still drop me a DM if you have anything that you want to chat with me about. But if it's something related to NASCAR specifically, go to Dawson first and then come to me after if it's something that you feel like only I can rectify. Anyhow, let's get into it, guys. Let's see if we can just get straight onto the grid and load straight up. Hopefully we won't have any issues. Now that we can do manual grid procedures, it's brilliant. So hopefully it sets correctly, but let's not have too much faith in Forza and just hope for the best. I'm going to read out your grid positions, though, as of right now. Here we go. So, first place, SCW Tsunami. Second place, Fluff. Third is Taylor. Fourth is Duke.
Getting our grid order
Fifth will
from
be
the league
PRG
manager.
Black, then myself. Then it'll be, was it technically 8th, 7th? 7th is Silver. 8th is Hockey. 9th is Slushy. 10th is LeBron. 11th is Frosted. 12th is Kenzie. 13th is Dawson. 14th is Visible. And last place, but definitely not the least amongst us, Punisher. To be at the rear of the grid. Okay. All right, boys, let's get into it. Remember, we've got a very important situation here today with good old Dawson and Fluff. They're racing for the championship. So just do yourselves a favour. Try not get in their way, or especially don't wreck them, because that's not going to make very many friends, is it? But by all means, try and win the race. We're not here to lose, but try not get in those guys' way. Don't trip over them, and they won't trip over you. Alrighty, we ready to go? Let's fucking have a crack. Let's go. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Let's go.
Watch out for meteorites!
And we are about to get underway as the race starts to begin. I'm going to turn the VCs down. And then game switcher. And up at the front of the field, we have Savage Speed running our safety car from the day. Yep, getting the safety car into position. We have 600 miles of sunset on the board. Our drivers are lined up. The safety car is on the grid, and we are ready to kick off the finale of this season. And we are going to be setting off. Everyone's going to be giving a slight bump in order to check to make sure collisions and drafting are all ready. The field is checking out, and I think we are good to go. So we're going to be circling around single file. We're going to be circling around single file until the field gets around. And I guess I'm going to give a quick just check, what corner do you want to call for double up? All right. Exiting one, please double up, please double up. And the field has gone too wide. The field has gone too wide. We're going to go on and switch off of our safety car and onto our current pole sitter, who is SCW Tsunami. Tsunami, you have control. You can go green on the exit of 4. Exit of 4. Tsunami, you can go green anywhere at the exit of this corner. And Tsunami currently has control of the field, and we are getting ready to go green. We have 15 drivers on the field this evening. We're green. We'll have a slight delay as the broadcast catches up to Tsunami. Tsunami calling it just before the beginning of the pit wall. Tsunami pulls to the middle. We are 4 wide into the going down the front straight. Tsunami well and far away, but 4 cars lining up behind him. They manage 4 wide into T1. We have someone way high on the outside banking, still managing 2 wide using the full width of the track. We're gonna have to go and switch over to a rail camera to get a good view of what's going on behind him. Tsunami already pulling about a half a second lead to the field, but they're 3 wide in the background, going down into down onto the runoff. The field is well in bunch. They're all juggling for position, fighting the understeer out of P4. It looks like LeBron is high and into the wall. We got a number of cars into the wall, into the backfield. Silver is fine. A number of people are going to have to be into the pits, but unfortunately it is too early for a safety car. LeBron looking to possibly get the worst of this, but LeBron is still going. Silver is still going, bringing themselves back up to speed. We're going to pop back up to the front of the field and see where we're going. We still have a deep pack here. Running that Canadian flagged Haas, 3 wide. Tsunami's lead slowly being eroded by this big pack of cars that's running right here behind him. Tsunami running it out to the wall, going to the first, and it looks like and Taylor making contact on the 3, going into 1, losing so much pace. Tsunami ends up swinging wide. They're 4. There's someone loose here. 11 is loose and around. No safety car, not 10 laps down yet. Taylor able to get around Tsunami, pulling to the inside, but Kinsey is 3 wide as they pull down the front straight. What's going to happen as they hit into 1? Kinsey now takes up the lead. We have been juggling lead positions since this race began. Now Adam RPG finds himself in P1 on the low side, going into the 3-4 complex. A little bit of argy-bargy in the background, and Kinsey's around and over and upside down. The field runs off outside of him. We're going to flip back to Adam RPG at the lead of the field. We are still too early. We cannot call a safety car for the first 11 seconds. Fluff is just a wrecking ball on the field. Fluff is determined to stay close here. .600 miles early on, and the slip here on the field is being a menace to everyone here. We're gonna pop out to the wide view. Adam RPG is in the front, but right behind him, Black, Fluffball, and Punisher all right there. We have a track of 3 and a pack of 4 right on the back, but we're gonna have a number of people coming in out of the field. So Kinsey's in the pits after that horrific accident into the first turn. Adam RPG down on the inside in the red and blue Red Bull livery. And it is just a all-out melee as these cars are making their way around in the opening laps of this race. And having an issue getting Frosted's POV up. But Fluffball has found himself in the lead. Fluff and Punisher working around. Only a few more laps until there's a possibility to call safety cars. Duke is 2 laps down. It's going to be a long night as we have all these people fight for these positions. Tires looking good, fuel looking good. It looks like Fluffball has loaded up for the long run. Now it's important for Dawson and Fluffball to do their best to survive here and not end up a lap down, not making their way down. Dawson, having started at the back of the field through all the chaos, has made his way all the way up to P4, having a really strong drive out here so far. There we go. I have Frosted's position up now. Frosted and the Duke sitting at 6 and 9 are 2 POV drivers for the evening. But Visible, Dawson, and Fluff all dragging that top 4. Top 7 all in one tight pack. Adam RPG fighting around for the position. Adam looking for a move around the outside, swinging way wide on the high line. Adam holding onto that position. Fluff staying tight to the low wall with a 4 deep pull. And who is that that's pulling up? Is that Punisher? I think it's Punisher on the outside line, taking advantage of Adam's draft, trying to see if he can get around. Sorry, that's Fluff. Saying correctly, that's Fluff. That's Fluff, not Adam. Similarly painted Red Bull cars. Adam and Punisher going side by side into the P1. But Fluff is able to hold it down. It looks like Punisher may have gotten into the wall, falling back quite a ways into the order. You have Punisher understeers and goes wide. Lap 11, safety cars are now an option. Now we'll be on the lookout now if any more incidents occur after the initial melee. It seems like everyone's kind of settled in. But if any more incidents occur with multiple cars, we will have a safety car called. And we're going to pull up Frosted's POV. Frosted in P6. Frosted in P6 at the back of the current pack. Frosted having a strong drive and just trying to hang on to the tail of his lead pack, flying back behind Slushy Cape, ends up down to 7th position. And as we get into this in this current run, everyone seems to be able to hold on. It's going to be looking at what everyone's doing for the long runs. Currently, Fluffball is sitting at a little over 3/4 of a tank of gas. We're going to run down, do a status check on all the cars. Adam RPG, 3/4. Fluff currently sitting at 3/4. Visible Rocket currently sitting at a little bit over 3/4. We're going to drop down the order, double check. Frosted sitting at a slightly higher bit of fuel use. Frosted going into the pits for an early green flag stop. Can't quite tell if he had any damage. We're gonna pick up the having a little bit of transmission damage. I'm not certain that's going to be enough for him to want to go and make that early stop. Not having any what appears to be any tire issues or any damage, but Frosted is in the pits for an early stop. Frosted in the pits for a long early stop. It appears that Frosted has issue and had to step away. It's unfortunate. Frosted having a very strong drive and having to go in there. Safety car. Someone's down and in the pits. Lead car on turn 1. Please reduce for caution. Austin, you have the lead. Savage pick up the field at the exit of 4. They're exiting 4. They'll catch up to you in just a little bit, Savage. And a big chunk of the field is taking the option to go in for a stop. We're gonna have a switch on the lead. I believe new lead will be Taylor. Taylor pick up Savage at the exit of. Pick up Savage in 1. Taylor. No, lap cars cannot leave yet. Taylor, just stay in single file. And we're going to be hanging on as we wait for the field to come together. We're currently waiting on a number of these drivers to come in. Currently waiting on Dawson to come out of the pits. I believe Dawson is moving. Is Dawson having an issue? Because Dawson is still in the pits. So okay. Sadly, we got to wait for Dawson to catch the field before we get the wave around. So y'all hang tight. Yeah. We're just going to be waiting for Dawson. Once Dawson catches the field, we'll be allowing all the cars to unlap. Currently waiting on the field to get bound up. Just seemed there's a bit of an issue with one of our drivers IRL, so having a little bit of an issue. Cars on lead lap stay to the left. Lap cars to the right. Lap cars to the right. Get a lap back. Dawson, that's technically you as well. Oh no, Dawson, you're on lead. Never mind. Correction. Sorry, you're like -2. All right, gonna be waiting on these lap cars to come around. Lap cars are currently going around the exit of P1. A number of the drivers on the lead lap are flirting with going in for another stop. And the lap cars are catching up. Oh, and a number of the lap cars are hitting the pits right before they join the field. We're gonna hang tight. We have one more in the pits. Once that car catches up, we'll see where you are and we'll make a call. So it looks like we're going to go around one more time. Go on and double the field. Safety car off. Safety car off, please. Taylor, exit of 4, you have control. You may go green and the exit of 4 to the start. We're getting ready to hit it again. We're going to be right on Taylor. Taylor has control. Taylor calls green. Taylor calls green. Momentary delay for the preview to catch up. Taylor calls green right at the end of the pit straight again. Taylor taking advantage of it to get another long run. And once again, behind Taylor is a wall of cars trying to catch up. Everyone's juggling for position. Once again, everyone down through P13 is on the lead lap. We're going to drop back to Punisher. Punisher going to be looking at turn 2. Too wide. Turn 2, turn 3. But Tsunami ekes out just ahead. Tsunami pulling in for the P2 position. Safety car will become available again at lap 30. Yeah, looking at a little bit of a network issue as we're riding around. Oh, Punisher into the side of Visible Rocket. And Visible Rocket gets shuffled back. Adam in the black Red Bull livery this time, so I know the difference. Fluffball currently down in P9. Fluffball having pitted under the last yellow flag has found himself. Oh, and it looks like we have an unfortunate incident of the desync catching someone out. Number of drivers.
My fucking pause menu just fucking nailed that fucking
Number of drivers having an incident, having to go into the pits when unfortunately a safety car is not available for them for a little bit longer now. Fluff driving easy back at P6.
I didn't even see you there.
You're good. You're good.
Fluff slipping to the inside. Adam RPG on the high line, losing position in open air. And Tsunami has managed to find himself in the P1 position. Our lead pack is Tsunami, Black, Punisher, and Taylor. But closing up on the background, is Taylor. Slightly behind them, we have Dawson and Fluff, our championship leaders, side by side with Kinsey pulling up behind them. Dawson gets shuffled back through the order. Dawson finding himself down in 9th position now. 9th position is in this first lead pack. Drivers down through P9, down through P10, stacked very close together. Second group about 6 second back. Network desync playing a big factor in how these drivers are able to work on top of one another. 3 wide into the start finish straight. Are they going to be able to hold on to this going into T1? They shuffle out just a little bit, giving everyone a little bit of driving space, not quite trusting where anyone is on the field as the desync keeps catching a number of people out. Eyes on Visible Rocket on the gold and purple 00. Visible Rocket currently holding on to P5, looking up, gaining ground into the front pack, ducking right in behind Punisher.
Yeah, that was flat pucker at that. I'm back with you, Fluff.
Fluff up to 5. Dawson still holding on, down at 8, but still in the top 10 group. And we're locked in for what appears to be another long run. Everyone's trying to find their rhythm, making their way through this field. Adam goes side by side. Visible Rocket makes a little bit of contact against the wall, but Visible is able to avoid losing any ground from what appears to be just a light graze on the outside. Up ahead, it appears we have Fluff on the high line, losing a position. Fluff dropping down to 8th. But at the front, Tsunami and Black are keeping a strong run, but no one in this lead group is letting them go. Sunset really proving its reputation as a strong pack driving track. You have moments where people are looking to go just a little wider and see what they can do.
You okay, Taylor? You gonna...
Drivers communicating well, trying to make sure they all survive the run. Everyone down through P12 remaining on the lead lap, but we'll see how long that lasts as the gap between Hockey and the back of the front pack opens up to 10 seconds, making their way almost a quarter away around this track with the gap. Taylor finds his way work to the back of the lead group. Adam RPG staying pretty steady, working on his P8 position. Adam right on the black bumper of Fluffball, and on the outside is RDR Silver, but RDR Silver finds himself on the high line. Is he going to lose the pack? Silver falls back. Silver's unfortunately losing a lot of ground. But the person that appears to have lost the most ground is Visible Rocket. Visible Rocket has lost the draft of the front pack and finds himself a second adrift of anyone, not being able to find anyone to help pull him along. Just going to be losing pace until he gets picked up, or unless he can keep it up, or he's going to have to work that car extra hard to go. Lap 30 is cleared. Safety cars are an option. Ooh, high into the wall. Taylor finds himself slowing down. Taylor is going into the pits to try to work it out from there. Taylor finds himself in a bad position, dropping back through the order, coming off such a high, being the lead after that safety car restart, but getting a bad run and catching into the wall. Taylor finds himself in a rough spot. Brun finds himself out of sequence and down the order. Taylor comes out just a little bit adrift of the second pack, but high onto the wall once again. It looks like the chain of the front group is breaking off bit by bit. We've lost down to RDR Silver, falling back almost 2 seconds. Silver and Visible Rocket off in no man's land. Hey, Mr. Gundam Goku, how are you doing today? Welcome into the season finale of the PPRL NASCAR Racing League. Fluffball has found his way back up to the front. Fluffball is back on that back bumper of SDW Tsunami. Now, Tsunami and Fluffball are currently 1-3 in the championship. We'll have to see how they fight one another to make their way all the way to the end. And right there inside that battle, we have Adam RPG looking to hold on and capitalize to get pulled along to the end. Yes. Oh, yes, the anime is really good. You should definitely check that out. I will talk to you about that next week. I have time to actually catch up. But looking down at our order, Fluff is less than 1/10 of a second off the back bumper of SCW Tsunami. Adam RPG and Kinsei, 1 second. LeBron finding himself adrift in the field. Let's take a look. Let's check over his car. No, I was looking at the wrong car. Let's check Tsunami. And as we get into this, the end of this really long run, checking over. Tsunami currently getting down to the lower rungs of his tank. Fluff, Adam, Kinsei, Dawson, Black appear to all be on similar stages of their fuel. And as far as tire life goes, they're getting into where they're going to start looking at the next somewhere 5 or 6 laps to make a stop to put some fresh rubber on and get some fresh fuel. On board with our second group, Dawson currently sitting in P6 in the second pack of cars, trying to get them to catch up to that front group, not wanting to fall too far afield so they can stay within striking distance should any incidents occur. Well, welcome back from the ads. Thank you for helping to fund all of this. We're taking a look down at our next group, Visible Rocket and RDR Silver, making their way around T4 down onto the start finish. I got that wrong. On T1. I need to trust what my eyes are telling me. Looking for a caution to try to work a lap back. We're pulling well and truly down the road for the long haul tonight. Kinsei and Dawson trying to make some progress to catch up to the Tsunami, Flop on Adam pack up ahead on the road, but that 0.3 of a second is a long way to climb in order to start catching the tail end of the draft from that group. And moving up to check up on the front of the field, we're gonna fall in on Adam RPG, and they're staying very well behaved, just trying to keep the gap alive to Kinsey. Adam getting down to the bottom of the current field. We're gonna start looking to see a cycle of green flag pit stops. Dawson staying quiet. Dawson trying to see what he can make happen. The lead packs are playing it very close to the chest, as they are going to be looking to see who pulls the trigger first to go in for a green flag pit stop. Who can change out for a stop and capitalize for track position. We'll have to see what works best. Kinsey losing about a tenth of a lap, or excuse me, a tenth of a second each few laps. Finding himself now down at a 1.8. Another 10th down. Kinsey down to a 1.9. Let's take a look and see what's going on in this backpack. The Kinsey Dawson and Black Pack are being slowly gained on by Punisher. Punisher might be looking to add in to this 4-ship formation and see if he can help pull them on as Kinsey runs down and starts to hit towards 2-second gap on the lead pack.
Punisher, are you all by yourself?
Punisher communicating who's going to be in the pits next. Punisher stretching onto the lap. They're trying to find a partner. Trying to find a partner for the dance. The Visible Rocket having to pull the trigger first for the green flag stops. Visible and Silver in. Visible, Silver, Slushy, Frosted, all pulling the trigger early. Tsunami coming up on the traffic for the first time. Now, where will our early pit stops let them out?
Coming out, 00.
Visible Rocket is currently exiting the pits as the lead pack is coming around T1. Now, it's a question of can Rocket get up to speed? As Rocket gets up to speed as the second pack closing in on him, going to try to slot in the back of that second pack. But as we have this happening, LeBron finds himself at the exit of 4 as SCW Tsunami is closing in. Now it's a question of like, in order to manage the lap traffic, do the lead runners dive in to avoid having to fight in the field, or do they stick it out and earn the track position and just dive in afterwards? Hockey now in. LeBron holding off right ahead. Sounds like Fluff and Adam are going in. That is our front two. And Black finds himself in the lead. LeBron finds himself right ahead of Black. Now we're watching the exit from pit road. Where's that gonna put everyone? Fluffball exits exits in P2. Dawson and Fluffball are gonna find themselves right up ahead. Dawson out. Black finds himself in the pits, getting moving. Black currently still the lead, but Black is likely going to be getting taken by Tsunami.
Honestly.
LeBron finding himself just exiting the pits, having a tense pack of racing going on right around him. And up at the front, we find ourselves with Tsunami, Dawson, and Fluffball, our 3 leaders of the championship, right on top of each other. Adam 1 second, almost 2 seconds down the road. But Tsunami, the current P3 sitter of the championship, takes the lead. The lead pack working together, trying to pull their way to the end, saying that the fight can hold off until it gets to a serious point. The field's stringing out just a little bit. We're looking at our top 3 being right on top of each other, and then spacing behind. Adam by 2.5 seconds, Kinsey by 1, PRG by 1-2, and Punisher. The back of this pack is gonna have to see if they can start closing up in order to start pulling pace on these front runners that are just dashing into the distance. Four down to 10, looking for a partner so they can start coming back to the dance. Tsunami and the P1 group are closing and getting by Slushy Cape. Egos clashing as they try to find some groups to work together. who's going to be willing to sacrifice in order to make the race run. While the field fights, the rest of the pack is just running.
Again. Damn.
Ron finds himself in the middle of some leading cars as we get into a bit of a mix-up. LeBron 2 laps down, getting into a section with another car that's 1 lap down as the lead pack 4, 5, and 6 make their way through that condensed traffic. Adam getting in the country with another driver with a lap car, looking to see if he can build up any sort of pace off of this. Adam locking in with Slushy Cape, trying to see what he can make happen with this impromptu group. Using lap traffic as an asset instead of an impediment, seeing if you can make up any of this time lost. Up ahead, we have the lead group of drivers closing down on to P13. And as we're closing in on the lead pack, finishing up the 60-second lap, we are working our way up to a quarter distance, completing 150 miles of this 600-mile race. Into the pits right now, we have Frosted.
I know, but I was way too close to him.
Running a nice, strong, long run. Dawson, Fluff, and Tsunami mix up the order.
Bro, I'm gonna get it.
He's talking about what is coded as your game.
You're probably not smooth in the corners.
I can't because I'm main seat.
A little bit of strategy going on at the front of the field, trying to shuffle everyone in the right places.
Fair that the guys in the front three are.
Experience, skill, and coordination are really paying off to get these people down the field.
On the apron and everything?
I'm fucking easy.
Hey, clip that.
I thought we were allowed to use the apron as long as it's. We had a I'll stop using it. Yeah, start using it.
Visible Rocket getting called out for being a little adventurous with the track limits. Yeah, each time coming around. I'm not sure. Austin speaking for himself. Dawson losing time off the front of the field. I believe that's a interval issue. Dawson is definitely not 43 seconds behind those front runners.
Far, honestly, it can go like 50 laps.
Yeah.
Cars, you would have no idea. But once it starts to simplify,
Dawson finds himself 4 seconds adrift.
the game so smart. Just
Fluff and Dawson having nothing but
he knows what happens on the last
Fluff and Dawson having nothing but respect for each other. Fluff able to work Dawson down to the third order, and Dawson's setup just not able to stick it out like Fluff and Tsunami can.
Let's all stay single file and try and get ourselves.
Big shows going your
And down we have a 3-ship form back up with Adam Kinsey. I believe that is a lap car in formation with them. Yeah, it's Slush. It's Adam Kinsey and Slush. Oh, and we have, it appears Frost is down into the pits. Frost making a early pit stop. Frost currently 3 laps down right after coming in the pit stop. Dawson goes on and puts it into the pits early.
Those two is pretty hard.
Yeah, 3 laps left.
Black and Punisher making a call. We're hitting the next round of green flag pit stops. We'll see what the order does here. Now the question is, Dawson finds himself a lap down from the lead. Dawson is out of the pits. Is Dawson on his own?
I think it's about time, eh? We're out of sequence anyway, so
Can you give me a bomb?
And Adam is in. Adam's in while our front runners are still going strong. They're going to start seeing Fluff and Tsunami hanging out a lap early, but both of them down at sub 10% on their fuel, and outside tires are worn. So it's going to be how much further they decide to push this in order to try to stretch this advantage. Black making a call to switch over to medium tires.
We are cooking,
Adam finds himself in the second group. 52 seconds. How far out are they going to go? The lead pack. Currently 1-2. Adam is... Adam making his way towards the exit, and P1 is just coming out. We're only a few seconds back. Adam and Kinsey, 6 seconds, but Kinsey falls out of the draft, getting washed super wide. Now everybody's looking for partners to try to pull their way up this field, try to close these gaps up. After the pit cycle, everybody works their way back into a pretty solid field.
I had to plug my freaking unit
Let's take a look down here and be the judge. Now, after all of that work, Adam finds himself down to 14. Black and Punisher working their way up to Dawson. Dawson finds himself trying to get into a secondary group 3 seconds up the road from Kinsey, and Adam. So we're looking at possibly getting a 3-4 deep pack coming up very soon. Oh, Black is into the wall. Black is into the wall.
Safety car. Punisher's on
No safety car. There's no safety car. Punisher is by himself. Excuse me, not Punisher.
Punisher turned me back.
So if so does a spin into a wall call that into a caution? Because all right, we're gonna go on and call the safety car. Leader is in 1. Leader, bring it down to speed. Savage, you pick up the leader coming across the line. And it looks like Artier Silver. Silver into the pits. Safety car is in 1. Safety car is in 1. Reduce speed entering into 1. Safety car is in 1 at the exit of 1. I'll let you know we're waiting on the field to bunch up. We got Taylor in the back catching up. Yeah, Slushy's already in the group. Cars on lead lap to the left. Cars on lead lap to the left. Lap cars to the right. Lap cars, get your lap back. Sometimes the Red Bull check doesn't clear. Sometimes the Rockstar check's a little bigger.
He likes the
Yeah, I
jitter.
swap between. I swap between checks. Yeah, I swap between checks. It just happened to be that Red Bull was
In that soft, sweet Australian cash.
I mean, we had to get over the USD.
Not looking like it. Not looking like it. Back markers are now just exiting one. Leads on 92. Leads on 92.
I'm on 91.
Lap cars are catching to the back. One car's in the pits. Yep, y'all can start doubling the field. Tsunami's the lead.
Oh God, why is everybody using the ladders and the shit here?
Savage, pull in this turn. I mean, pull in this time round. Safety car off this time round. Tsunami, you have control. Exit of fourth to start. You may go green anytime. And we're getting ready for another safety car restart. Tsunami has control. Tsunami calls green. We'll see exactly where he pulls the trigger. Tsunami is essentially, as soon as they got that wall, pulls the trigger. They're 3 wide instantly. Tsunami already on the way out. Down through 10 this time. Everybody's packed together. Safety car becomes available at lap 103. 103. Ooh, Kinsey goes wide. Kinsey goes wide, tapping the wall. Oh, and we have someone around into the pits. Slushy gets knocked off and spins into the pits. Visible rocket down low to the inside. Visible Rocket finds himself in the P3 position, right on Taylor's bumpers. Tsunami and Fluff playing a bit more cautiously, trying to make sure they survive this melee until the field starts to pull itself out. Dawson, in all the shuffle, finds himself in P9. Oh, exit of 4 seems to be catching out a number of people coming up to the front of the field. I believe it is Slushy. Slushy, after the incident, finds himself Slushy finds himself right ahead of the majority of the field. Taylor on the high line, trying to find his way back down into the draft. Dawson trying not to get caught out and falling down out of everyone. Seeing if he can work his way back up into that lead shuffle into a good position where he can hang tight. But right up ahead, Tsunami's trying to lock onto the back of onto the back of Slush's draft, trying to pull this field longer. Yep, that's right, 103. Visible Rocket side by side with Taylor, making a little bit of contact. Finding their way back down into a line. But Fluff, Adam, and Visible work their way back into that lead group. Dawson finds himself stuck way down the order, down in 9th position. Dawson finding himself in a nice little 4 ship, trying to see where he can go. Down 6, 7, 8. Hockey bails and rides up onto the high line, falling into the back right behind Dawson. Adam working into the third position. Now looking at Taylor sitting very close on the on that front group. Hunter. Austin sitting right behind Punisher going into T1, and someone's real wide and high. Dawson right on the back of Hockey. Dawson finding himself in another group that is seconds down off the lead, but staying close on the lead lap. There's still a long way to go. Lap 103, lap 104, safety car is available. All right, yeah, you might need to check your controller because I'm watching your telemetry and you're cutting throttle down to like 70% just randomly. Nah, he's locked at 100. It's just it looks like he has it pegged, but it's like just fluctuating randomly. Yeah. So if someone wants to check it, it is, how long are we been streaming? 2 hours and 2 hours 30 minutes into the stream if you want to see what his issues look like. But yeah, no, it's like a flicker on the throttle. And I'm going to Visible Rocket pulls out in the front. Visible Rocket finds himself in like that front shuffle, and I'm gonna have to ask for just a moment. We're going to have to do a quick reset because there is a bit of an issue. So we're gonna try to fix the audio glitch. All right, and we are back. We're back. Five deep on the lead group, shuffling around. Visible Rocket finding himself down into this fight. Hockey's getting shuffled down. Oh, sorry, and we'll go back over to the race. The front five keeps pulling ahead. The second five, Kinsey finds himself 5 seconds of field at the beginning. Kinsey in a 2-ship with Punisher another second down the road, teaming up with Hockey. Rocket is in hard with that lead group. Rocket is fighting, trying to constantly juggle this lead group. Rocket up in this lead group is playing the wild card. Almost nothing to lose and everything to gain. So we'll see how Rocket continues to perform up there. But Rocket finds himself at the end of that front group. So we'll see if he can make another run to stay in sight contention with them. But as that 5-car formation keeps pulling along, Kinsey and Dawson are just falling further and further back, down to 6 seconds, almost a quarter of the distance of the lap. An eighth of the distance of the lap. Jeez. Don't talk about my off-time activities. Rocket's still in strong contention in this front group. Coming down onto lap 118. Visible falling at the end of this order, but still keeping pulling on. Ooh, Adam into the wall. Safety car, safety car. Race to the line. Race to the line. Savage pick up the lead on the entrance of one coming across the line. Savage is in one. Savage is in one. Leaders are on 122. Oh. Waiting on 2 more cars to catch up to the field. Two more closing. Cars on lead lap to the left, cars on lead lap to the left, lapped cars to the right, lap cars to the right, keep your order. Lap cars, get your lap back. And we're waiting for the last of these cars to come along. Waiting on 2 to come around to join the field. Once we have our 2 on the field, then we'll keep it going from there. Safety car go in this time. Safety car go in this time. Please double up. Safety car is off. Fluff, you have control. You've heard it enough times. You know the deal. You're good to go whenever. After turn 4. Fluff takes us green again. Fluff waiting a long way until they're on almost on the pit wall. Field starts fanning out again. Fluff ball across the line, leading up the pack of 13 drivers, all on the lead lap, all within a 1/10 of a second. And 25. Oh, swing around. Dawson making a big move to try to get down to the inside. Dawson finds himself in P1 after a massive slingshot down through the start finish straight. On board, Fluffball just falling back into 3, getting a little loose with Taylor on his back bumper. Fluffball falling in behind Visible Rocket. And Dawson and Fluffball find themselves at the lead of the field once again. There's a lot of movement. Dawson and Fluff going down. We're trying to see who can be the bravest coming through this section. Dawson, Kinsey, Hockey fighting himself up in that lead fight. Fluff getting shuffled back down into 4th position. And the lead field finds itself basically nose to tail down through P10, pulling a massive pack draft. It looks like the rest of the field that's back in 9 through 12 are trying to find their own way through this field. Kinsey looking to capitalize on the slingshot. Getting just on the inside of Visible Rocket. Can Visible Rocket give Kinsey space? Visible Rocket complies. And as we get into the later periods of this race, it looks like fog is starting to set in on the track. Kinsey down onto the tarmac. Oh, Kinsey makes a big dive down to the inside of the Duke. The Duke gets bumped a little bit wide. Safety car will be available again on lap 135. Making a big run. Kinsey finds himself right on the back bumper of Fluffball. As I said, we are getting clear of our half distance mark. Desync is playing a bit of havoc with everything. Oh, there's 3. Dawson, Visible Rocket, all loose going up into the wall. they make it out without any damage. It looks like those cars are robust enough not to take any damage off of that incident. Dawson visible in the Duke locking in to try to make a run. We're gonna bring Dawson's we're gonna bring the Duke's POV up as he is in this 3 stack with Dawson. And then we're gonna pop up ahead into the bigger group led by Tsunami, where we have Tsunami side by side with Adam RPG. Adam finding himself in the P1 position, but right his back window, he has the big old bow tie of black. We've been cooking at this for 3 hours, everybody, and we are just slightly over halfway home. Oh, who do we have? Who do we have damage? Looks like everybody made it through. I believe that's Savage down in the down on the exit. Yep, everybody made it through, despite the unfortunate contact that appears to have been made. Adam, you're damaged. Caution, caution, caution. Leader is in 1. Race to the line, race to the line. Savage, hang tight in 1. You'll pick up the leader after they cross the line at 1. Yeah, y'all drove by the pace car. You know that, right? Savage, pick up pace. Savage, drive ahead of the field. Well, y'all drove by him. I don't understand how y'all missed that. We told you pick him up. You'll pick up in 1, and y'all just blew by. And Savage is around. Cars on lead lap to the left. Cars on lead lap to the left. Excuse me. Left? Yes, left. Lap cars to the right. Keep your order. Lap cars, get your lap back. I believe that is just Frosted. Lead lap is 139. Waiting on Frosted to come up. No, you're not going to be able to go this time around. Well, no, you wouldn't have been able to go around because Frosted is still half a lap down from you. Frosted's up. Slushy is in. Savage in this lap, double up please. Tsunami, sorry, is it Dawson or Tsunami that's in the lead? Because y'all are going back and forth. Dawson, you have control out of 4. Dawson calls green with everybody stacked up hard. Dawson gets away right on the line. Fluff gets caught on the outside. Fluff falling down the order to 4. How long is Dawson going to be able to hold on to this lead position? Dawson finds himself high and wide, coming down to the inside of 3. But Dawson switching lanes, Side by side, Fluff gets in with I don't believe Adam Hockey. Who's about to hit the pit wall? Two eat the pit wall right at the beginning. And it looks like it's Hockey and Silver. Hockey and Silver eat the pit wall. Sorry, Hockey and Kinsey. Kinsey, who had been having a strong drive up to this point, finds himself weighing out. Now up ahead, Black Tsunami and Adam RPG are shuffling around for the top 3. Caution will be available at 150, 150. Black finds himself in the middle of a 7-car train. Dawson finds himself going wide. They're pushing, looking at forward. No, they decide not to go down to 2, coming into turn 1. Dawson finds himself on the outside of Black. Black gives himself some forces himself some driving space to end up on Visible Rocket's bumper. Dawson works his way back into the slot right behind Black. Also, what's up, Neil? Sorry for the delay. We were trying to get everybody locked in for all in the race. And it looks like Kinsey is out, unfortunately, after that big incident sending him into the wall. Kinsey just couldn't take the race anymore. Oh, way and wide. Eight and nine. Taylor and Punisher find himself knocked out due to a small desync. And we're pulling down to 100 left. 240 miles remaining of the 600 miler. But Dawson and Tsunami holding up a pack at the front. Lead pack is trying to pull a strategy where Visible and Fluff are working together to try to get up to Tsunami and Dawson. Visible falling about a half a second out. Tsunami and Dawson are locked in tight on the racing line, trying to keep pulling distance on the cars behind them. Adam 8/10 down, dangerously close to the edge of losing the draft of that lead set. Will the power of the 4-car overcome the gap that Adam's about to drop off of? Right on the ledge. We'll see if they hold through this danger zone. Tsunami and Dawson playing one after another. The team in the 3 through 6 pack working hard to make sure Fluff stays in the 6th slot. Stays above the 6th slot, because with Dawson in that top group, it is very dangerous for Fluff and his championship potential. And there's the incident. Tsunami and Dawson are able to eke out just a small lead. Fluffball hanging on to by a string, for trying to hope to find a little bit of a hint of slipstream coming through these turns. Fluffball working. Fluffball is getting right on the edge of where he needs to be. And the 4-car formation is starting to close the gap down. Fluffball starting to catch up to Dawson up ahead. Dawson pulling down to 8/10. Top 10 cars still holding strong on the lead lap. We up ahead, Hockey, after the big incident, after the restart, lapping by himself about half a lap down, but the lead pack is slowly gaining in on him. Up ahead, Dawson and Tsunami find themselves juggling back and forth with one another. the pack of Punisher, Taylor, and the Duke find themselves swerving a little bit as they're trying to build up their own momentum. Fluff is right there on the edge. Fluff is within the range, picking up the draft. Not in the sweet spot. There it is. He's cracked it. He's gonna start getting pulled in, bringing his train along with him. Puffball finding himself in that draft, hitting well over 210. But Tsunami is Dawson, as these packs all pull together, finds himself on the outside. Dawson making a strategy with Tsunami. Dawson's gonna have to go in, take on a load of fuel. We have to keep an eye on and see what Dawson ends up taking. Dawson and Tsunami dive in together. Oh, it's unfortunate. The Duke has an incident destroying his car. The Duke gonna put himself way out of order, having to get that car fixed. Oh, trying to get on as the lead pack follows by Taylor trying to find his way onto the racing surface, not given a whole lot of room to re-enter. Now, after a quick splash and dash, Tsunami and Dawson found themselves nearly 30 seconds of fuel of the lead group. They are dangerously close to going a lap down. We're at the point of the night where drivers are doing math to try to figure out how much more they have to hang out. They are 164 laps into 247 laps. 600 miles is a long way to go, everybody. Now the lead drivers are locking in to try to pull the distance out. The lead group says they're good for 8 as they've all pulled tires and fuel. Whenever they make the stop, they are going to possibly be able to get ahead. In the distance between the lead group, there's Punisher sitting by himself at about a 9-second gap to Visible Rocket, who's at the end of our leading group. So Punisher could be the next stepping stone for Tsunami in order to try to start closing up on that 4-car formation at the front of our field. But that all only matters if they are unable to keep pulling on. So let's take a look at let's take a look and see what our lap times are looking like. So Fluffball's group up ahead is pulling about 42 threes, whereas Dawson is pulling 42.5. So despite the effort, it does not look like he's going to be closing that down as much as he'd hope to be. But at least the way it looks, Tsunami is catching up to Punisher. Sorry, you're gonna need a second as the game spectator mode resets. Frosted decides to call it. Frosted does decide to call it at about 167. All right, looks like we got our got everything back up and running. Sounds like Punisher. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that was Black. That was Black that got out of shape, giving the position over to Visible Rocket. 9, was it Taylor? Taylor finds himself banging into the pit wall. Seven. And it looks like it is going to be very difficult because Fluffball is closing right onto the back of Dawson and Tsunami. Dawson and Tsunami had the potential to end up going a lap down. It's getting to a point of the night where folks are getting a little ropey. Front field calling for 3 laps going. Dawson doesn't have it. Not Dawson, excuse me. Adam doesn't have it. Taylor getting into a situation with what appeared to be Dawson's group. Taylor and his backmarker group go wide, leaving racing room for Tsunami and Dawson. Tsunami and Dawson still dangerously close to going a lap down, but the lead group is about to finally hit into the pits on this next lap. So Dawson and Tsunami need to make an amazing run in order to try to survive and pull this position. Are our lead group going to make it all in smoothly? Visible Rocket getting dangerously close to taking a pit wall to the face. Visible makes it in, not taking any problems. Punisher also diving into the pits with this lead group. Now Tsunami and Dawson are on their way around. They're right on the edge of going a lap down. Now it matters, where is Fluff gonna come out? Fluff Ball is moving as Tsunami and Dawson come around the back turn, on the final turn on the start finish straight. But it matters, is Fluff Ball going to get up to speed? Dawson gets around Punisher. Tsunami's still closing down that gap. 3 seconds. Where is it going to be to get down? .18, and it looks like they are up to speed fully, but Tsunami is still running at a hot pace. And a number of people are slowly making their way into the pits. Another round of green flag pit stops as we get into the last stretches of this race. We're closing in on almost a 3/4 of our way through. And it looks like, unfortunately, Tsunami and Dawson are not closing up the way they need to. That pace is not working in their favor. Fluff at the front of the field is at a 4.2057. Tsunami at a 4.24. Fastest is 4.23. 4.24. But the front of the field is running a 4.25. So they're trading in and out about 1/10 of a second each lap. Tsunami is working his way through. Let's see if they have a back marker in their formation. 6, 11. So it looks like Hockey has picked up Dawson. Dawson and Tsunami picking up Hockey into their 3. Tsunami starting to close in into that sweet spot to start picking up the draft. And it doesn't help that that lead pack is splaying out, going about 2 wide. Visible Rocket while in position, is not with the team. Visible Rocket keeps swerving in and out of the formation, trying to work it down in order to Black is trying to work their way through, get next to Dawson. I mean, not Dawson, Rocket. Duke works his way into the group. Duke finds himself onto the tail of that lead pack. Yep, that's right. The Duke sitting at the tail of the at the tail of the fluffball train, is giving Tsunami just a ledge to hold on to. Lead group is realizing that there's the triple in the back. And Tsunami's finally closing in on that edge that he needs. And they're right. Tsunami is getting dangerously close to closing in. That distance is just ticking down one after another. The lead group is in trouble. And as we close around 185, we are just a little over a quarter remaining. 3/4 of this race is done. So another 60 some odd laps to go until we have completed our 600-mile tour of Sunset Peninsula. The race is a true endurance challenge to crown the champion of this season. Now let's check the condition of these cars. It's dangerous. Tsunami is running very low on fuel. Dawson as well. And the group ahead is about a quarter advanced on fuel. So in terms of position, the lead group is going to have to keep them well and far separate in order to maintain this advantage. And wherever it happens, it looks like Tsunami is losing a bit of distance. RDR Silver finds himself into the pits, leaving Tsunami just ahead. Visible's looking like he's going to make a move. Visible's getting hungry to make some advancement. Visible locked in hard onto Fluffball. Visible wanting the top spot for himself right now. Breaking up the group, slowing down that front group. Now that Tsunami is right on their tail. They're getting down quite low. And as we get down into the back quarter of the race, folks are getting real serious to try to ride. Tsunami, Dawson, Duke, all in, Hockey in. That looks like that's going to be our next pack coming up. And as our group, Tsunami, comes out, Dawson is about to slip into the draft of that pack. Dawson finds himself mixed in with the lead pack draft. Oh no, I'm sorry, I may have gotten that backwards. Hi. It's getting strategic down into the back half of this race. It's just a matter of burning down these miles. Closing in on the 200th lap.
Are we gaining on them or maintaining?
Dawson looking for options to see if he can keep himself on a lap, on the lead lap. Dawson finding his own 4-car group. Right on the back bumper, we have the Fluffball group pushing from the jump. And that lead group is going in. Now the question is, where can the Tsunami and Dawson group pull out to? Tsunami and Dawson are around. The first group starts moving. Fluffball is in the lead, moving out. And here they come. Tsunami and Dawson are across the start finish. The black RPG, Rocket, and Fluffball group are up to speed. They're on the same segment. And Tsunami is 3 seconds down. Tsunami right on that edge, trying to pull in. Oh no. Sorry, give me 1 second. Looks like we have a checking to see what we have live. All right, let's give this a check. What has frozen? Sorry, we are. All right, so that's up. Yep, you're not wrong. I am going to move that away because I do not want that face up there. All right. We're gonna be a brief radio podcast for a second as we try to sort out what's going wrong with the stream.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Visible, me and Fluff are gonna be pretty passive up here. We got a lot to lose, so
We're going to
just stick it out.
properties.
Give you the green light. No, we're not.
Come on. All right, cool.
I was about to say, you want to talk about release
Thank you for the shout on that. I just looked up and noticed that everything froze. I think everything should be reset now, so we should be good. We're into the 200s now. 206. We're closing in on the final 40 laps to go. Now the fight is going to start coming. Yep. Nah, I'm glad we caught it about the same time because I looked up and noticed I was frozen in one of the previews. So we got it together, especially as we're getting down into the last 40 laps. So you're hitting 207. And this whole time, Tsunami and Dawson have been steadily edging their way up into the fight. Now they're only 2 seconds off of Black. Duke and Dawson having to get themselves back into formation. Looks like they're going for the shuffle. While Tsunami says he's not the best pusher, Dawson's going to try to take the lead position and see if he's going to be able to close down this gap. Nah, I'm fine. I'm still here. You can't get rid of me that easy. No, I'm not. But all jokes aside, now we're doing great. We are closing in on the last stint here. So as this last stint starts to come in, we're gonna be looking for a final round of pit stops. I'm sorry, I've lost track of what the math is, what the maximum range on these tires, and I'm losing track of like where the tires and fuel go. And that lead group is kind of rubbing it in after Dawson and Tsunami swap positions, trying to make up a little bit of pace to catch up onto the back end. Into the back end of that field. They are falling off a little bit in pace.
Duke, you're a Toyota? We've got all three manufacturers working in this second back right here.
Tsunami, I think he needs to be in front. He's a Toyota. Yeah, I'm gonna leave here. Go, Duke, go. I need you to go in front.
Dude, just put it on the outside again and not here so we don't get it. Oh, we're wide. Take it.
There's a potential that Duke can push them forward.
Duke is working with this final group.
And get ready to go faster. 42.6.
You wanna go middle?
6.
trying to get sushi with us. So you let him go high in turn one, so he's to keep up his speed, and he'll do that with us all turn.
We're fine with full power. We don't want anything disruptive. Not worth risking anything.
35? Am I doing math right? 20, 30. Yeah, 35. 35 to go.
I mean, we have seen though that when they degrade worse than us. And we've managed to pull gap every time.
It's going to be interesting to see where they try to make the decision to pull the trigger on making this last round of pit stops.
We'll be able to box. Pressure tires.
Depends where the safety car goes.
True. I don't think any of us want X lab. If you wanted to, you can.
Let's check on the position of our lead few.
So depending whether or not we go this full tank will depend on whether we take 20 laps or not. So I'm thinking it's going to be 17 laps. But at the same time, some of us
when we pit, we're taking enough fuel lasts to the end. It doesn't need to be complicated.
Trying to simplify it and make sure there are no mistakes as they pull up to the end of this race.
2:27.
They're planning for a final 20 lap sprint to the end.
When they do pit, watch that gap and turn.
Austin slips out just a little bit. Four, 2, 3 to the lead groups. 4, 2, 4. So they do seem to be pulling at least 1/10 of a second each lap, but that gap is being a little too stubborn for them. Taylor slipping wide, letting the 4 ship through. Taylor trying to maintain his own race, hoping to pull up and see if he can make a slightly better finish. .30 to go. And Dawson's formation is continuing to fall back down to over 4 seconds. Dawson and Tsunami looking for any option to try to make up this gap. Let's see where the formation is on Duke. They're calling for 4, but if they make us stop with that 4 laps of fuel remaining, they are right on where they need to be. But the only problem is when they make this pit stop, what's that going to do to their overall track position? They're wide and spread out, trying to get reordered, putting Tsunami back at the front of the field. That 3 laps is going to push it real close for the Duke. Putting it on 25 will leave them with 22 laps to run to the end. Dawson, Tsunami, and Duke trying to put together any piece to make it work. So we're gonna sit on board. Gonna sit on board with the Duke while we step up to the front of our field. Right on the tail end of the front of the field is Taylor. Taylor hoping to make up some ground on RDR Silver by riding in with the front pack. RDR Silver. Oh, Hockey gets overtaken. Oh, Hockey is just coming out of the pits now. Hockey going in a little early. Hockey going to have 24 laps to run to the end on this current setup. As I was speaking, Taylor gets ahead of Slushy, looking up the road. Taylor looking to get a lap up on RDC Silver, this time by the Duke, and the Duke is going to be diving in. So it looks like Dawson, the Duke, and Tsunami will be making the stop on the next one as they fall back 5 seconds off of that front group. It's a matter of when they go in and put fresh tires and fuel on board, where will it get them? So we'll be keeping an eye on how many laps Duke has when he comes out of the pits. They call this time by, and the 3 are in. The 3 are in. The 3 are in and clean. 227. The front group are going to push. So this front group has enough fuel on board to make a strategic call of when they go in for the next one. So they're going to be controlling the pace of this one. Dawson and Tsunami just getting up to speed. And they are getting by. The Duke is out. They slide right in line on the outside of Dawson's group. Dawson and Tsunami and Duke are all mixed into the front group. A group a lap down and a group a lap down and a group of the lead pack are all mixed together. Dawson exiting pits with a little over 2/3 of a tank. Dawson sitting at about 22, 21 laps, so they should make it right to the end. We are at 20 laps to go. We're closing in on the final few tours of this track. And as we go, the front group jumps in. Now it's just a question of where does our new leader find himself? Will Tsunami and Dawson be able to keep this pace up as the Duke rides out in front of RDR Silver? Along with them, Taylor Weiler gets in there as well. So Fluffball is moving. Fluffball. The lead group is pulling out from the pits now. And our lead group of Fluffball, Adam, and Black Invisible Rocket make themselves very fast coming out of that pit lane and are able to pull quite a gap. 6'3" is the number as Visible Rocket and Tsunami get themselves fully up to speed crossing the line. Visible and Black are getting ready to be let loose on having to fight for the end. Duke finds himself quite a bit separated from... Yeah, the Duke separated by quite the gap. It's getting close. They're holding on the edge. And it's 6 to go. It's 6 to go with the potential for a caution to affect this race. Folks are getting antsy as we're getting down to the death of this one. I'm waiting for it to reset. Oh no. Tsunami gets a really wide run down to the inside. They are falling back about 7 seconds. Tsunami and Dawson not able to get themselves back together. is getting so deep in the race. They're getting mistakes as everyone's getting a little tired right near the end. It's going to start getting dangerous as we get down past the safety car zone. Everyone's looking at their plans to wrap this up. 3 more to go for the danger. And it looks like the front is about to tick us over to, well, excuse me, the front has already ticked us over to 235. 2 more to go, 2 more to go. .236 as the leader ticks over 237, and we're clear. And the fight at the front is about to start as we get down into the last 10. Wide fighting through 1. Now Tsunami and Dawson are still in the back running at pace, trying to get themselves up there. Now 10 seconds is going to be a long, 10 seconds, 10 laps is going to be a long time for this front pack of cars to start fighting. Constantly sitting at 2 wide. PRG Black and Visible Rocket hanging in, fighting up at the front. Black looking for a way around Visible Rocket, trying to keep that draft in position. As all this happens, though, Fluffball somehow is finding his way 6/10 down out the order, finding himself separated from the Adam RPG group. Adam within a 10th, 3 cars tight, and Fluffball is left out in the distance. Fluffball's left out in the cold, slowly falling further and further back. Adam takes a space to the inside, getting contact on Visible Rocket coming through. Adam then bouncing up to a high line. Visible Rocket and Black taking little swipes at each other. Fluffball being able to pull back into half a second with the RG Bargy up at the front. Now the dangerous spot is going to be out of T4. T4 is the choice of one of the best slingshots that you're going to get out of the field. They're bouncing back and forth going down the straight. Is Adam going to look for a run on the inside? Adam gets by on the inside from up at the front. We got a car up ahead. Up in the distance is Hockey. The lights are coming on as we end up on sunset. 5 laps to go. Visible Rocket, Adam RPG, Black, and Fluffball all stacked 1 second within each other. Still fighting their way up to the back marker. Hockey holding position as they come up 3 wide from turn 2. Black falls back in behind Adam RPG as Visible Rocket holds on to the lead. Falling in 4 deep with Fluffball sitting right on that on the edge of this group. Unfortunately, Tsunami and Dawson not able to make any additional distance up throughout this time. Hockey taking a high line to get out of the way. Two, 4, 6, 2 to go. Invisible Rocket continues to lead the field with Adam RPG tight to the bumper. Still no real change in this front group. No change, no issues. Pulling into the start finish, and here it is. We're on the final lap after 600 miles. Who's going to take our flag? Adam Invisible Rocket getting elbows out. Visible Rocket hard on Adam RPG's bumper. Visible Rocket looking to the outside. In the background, we have Fluffball sitting on the sitting in the fourth position. Fluffball maybe looking for the slingshot to come out of the final corner. That's a lot of desync. That's a lot of desync. Black down into the inside. Black to the inside. Sending Adam around. Adam goes around in that final corner, and that gives us the order. Fluffball, excuse me, Visible Rocket, Fluffball, PRG Black. Adam is still in the distance. Adam is able to make it to fourth, and then Tsunami, Dawson locking up the position. Finally bringing up the order. We're gonna have Duke give us 1 second. Let's get the our order of winners. The champion of the 600 is Visible Rocket. Visible Rocket takes home the checkered flag for the 600 miles of Sunset. Then Fluffball taking the P2 position, and with that P2 position, Fluffball is the champion of this season of the PPRL NASCAR League. Rounding out our grand podium, we have PRG Black. PRG Black taking home the third position. Adam RPG is our fourth. SDW Tsunami in fifth. Dawson wrapping it up in sixth position, very likely holding on to his second position. Tsunami likely holding on to his third position. Duke on the 7th, RDR is silver 8th, Hockey in 9th, Taylor rounding out our top 10. Taylor Weiler is going to be rounding out our top 10, and then ultimately Slushy Cape, the last of our finishers for tonight's race. And finishing 600 miles is no small feat. So congratulations to all of the finishers of tonight's race. Congratulations to the champions, and congratulations to the winner. Congratulations to the champions that have been crowned. It has been a wonderful season, and I hope you hang out with us as we finish up these last few turns of Sunset as Slushy Cape finishes up his final lap. We'll be having some interviews with the winners and some final words from Adam RPG, the league owner.
Fucking lap.
Damn, Black took out Adam. Wow. Some Ghost Reaper in the chat.
I can't wait to look on the YouTube video.
And congrats to everyone. Congrats to the team. Congrats to all the finishers.
Congrats. Awesome, good run this season. Thanks for announcing Shine, and your help on yellow flags was really nice.
Yeah, that was good.
Yep, happy I can work with y'all. You said you wanted to do a interview with the winners. You want to do it here, or you want to pop up to a different room?
Anyways, alright guys, good night. Have a good night, guys.
Over there, so y'all have a good one.
Good night, everyone.
I won. I will never get this chance again.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me I'm switching
I'll go
over.
wherever you want.
Adam, you wanted to do some other stuff after this, so would you prefer to just do it here?
Sorry, Kira. I am here. Yep.
Yeah. So for the interviews, you want to just do them here for now?
Yeah, we're just doing me for now, mate. Yeah, all good. Unless you want to pop up into my office, it's up to you.
Can we bring who is it? Oh my God.
Need Fluff in there, so we'd have to have Fluff in there. Our podium place, getters.
Visible in black.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, so pop up to my office, please, if you were just called in there.
Oh, it's too bad you missed it. Dawson.
All right, and we are going to do a bit of an interview with everyone as we get this all together.
Here we are.
Where is my pop out?
Wow, that was something.
That was quite the haul. 600 miles is a long, long way to go.
Still shaking my hands out.
I imagine. So how's everyone feeling after 600 miles of sunset?
I feel pretty good. I'm ready to do it again. Let's go.
Ready to pop
I'm
right back
glad
in
that I
there.
listened to Adam to keep it calm until relatively close to the end. So thank you, Adam.
If y'all didn't block me, if Adam didn't block me on the bottom, that race would have been finished.
You fucking wrecked me, you dirty redneck. you wrecked me. You're talking shit, you are. You totally wrecked me on the last corner. You're lucky I wasn't going for a championship.
So I think it was PRG Black that rounded out into third position. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep. Sorry, I'm
was he
working
third?
from
Oh, yeah.
memory. Yep. So this is the final race. How's it feel to after 600 miles sit on the step of the podium?
Well, this was like my third podium this year, so it's been pretty good. Thanks to Adam for I'm an esports driver for the league as well, and plus I'm the NASCAR trainer and everything. Thanks for everybody for coming out to the NASCAR licenses, everything that I've been hosting, me and Adam and all of us. Getting ready for next season. We're all the staff team and everything is also getting ready. So it's been a good year, and time to go into big and bad for next year.
Absolutely. So as the trainer, what are you looking forward to with this next season and some of the changes that you guys have coming up?
Well, as far as we have a spec tune that's made by Tsunami for all the tracks for road courses too. But Daytona's still going to be stock, so we're still going to run no tune there. And Eagle Rock and the license test, we have actually knocked it down to a 25108. So if you got your license last season, at least you don't have to redo it. But all the newcomers that's coming in, you have to get a 25108 to have your license.
All right, looking for a fresh crop of drivers to see these grids buffed out. So up next, I believe it was PRG Gasly in the second position, Fluffball.
Yeah.
So with that, you have clinched the championship. So how does it feel to not only finish in a high spot, but finish at the top of the longest season in PPRL?
It's good because it was a long race and we finished where I wanted to finish. I enjoyed it. Had a lot of fun with the battles with Dawson in the race. I'm sure some of them were cool. He fought long and hard for the entire season. And when it looked like he was out of it, he came back stronger. So, yeah.
So the strategy call and the pit stop timing, who was in charge of laying out those strategies for that lead group that you found yourself in?
We all had a bit of say in the strategy. I knew that if we were to continue extra laps, we would only put more of a distance on the cars behind. I think we've seen it after the first pit stop, Dawson and Tsunami done. We only pulled a gap from there. So it was just trying to keep everybody together, happy, and make it.
What are you trying to
our
say?
Target goal.
So
make
how
it
do
our
you?
Target goal.
So not only did it seem like you had a strategy advantage over Dawson and Tsunami's Tsunami's unit, when it seemed like y'all were able to manage an overall pace difference throughout most of this race. To how did you manage to strap together that team to push you all the way to the end?
I think it was reassuring them that we all have a shot at the win at the end, and me, I don't need to risk anything. Well, I guess those three in a way, they have nothing to lose at that point. So I made sure I wouldn't get caught up in anything, and I wanted to make sure that they could at least have a good battle near the end.
Well, and don't sell yourself short, Fluff. I mean, you were the one leading the group, and you had pace. Like that is a lot of things helped, but that was key.
Setting down that blistering pace throughout basically the entire back half of the race did not hurt you at all.
Yeah.
And finally, the top position on our podium after 600 long miles, the King of Sunset, we have Visible Rocket. How are you feeling?
Woo! Very excited. And can we note I've won 2 races in a row now? So let's just all the kids and cadets out there remember, you don't have to be the best. You just have to be the luckiest.
It's got to be in the right place, right?
You got to be in the right place. Got to give yourself a chance. And yeah.
At a lot of these big tracks, it feels like teamwork is a really big part of how you work your way up to the front. So how do you feel like being one of the most amicable teammates out on the track?
You know, I really enjoyed, this was the first time that I've been in one of these races where I was part of a strategic team. Like I've often heard them on the mic talking about various strategies, and I've been kind of curious. So this was the first time between Fluff and Adam. You know, they really obviously had some strategy worked out, and to be part of that was really fun. Yeah, it's
so
definitely over my head.
Were you part of it in the lead up to it, or did you just find yourself roped into it by position?
No, this just organically occurred. I just happened to be part of their group at the time, and I mean, you see those situations where you realize it's better to work together to put some time in. And and if I want to beat someone like Dawson or Tsunami, I'm going to need some help because I'm not going to beat them on natural pace.
Hey, and look at that. Look where cooperation got you tonight.
Hell yeah. It was great.
All right, Adam, I know we had some other things we wanted to discuss, but that ending with you and Black, how are you feeling about that?
I mean, we'll have a chat a little bit afterwards. Obviously, at the back, we won't punch on camera or anything. But it's pretty typical of Jody. And honestly, I expect the same. I always expect it because I give him the same treatment. Really, to be honest, would have I done the same thing to him in the same situation? Probably would have, because we race hard. We don't always race fair, but we race hard.
It's important that the staff has at least enough room to be able to race hard against each other, especially against the owner.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're saying that. I mean, look, Jody's trying to go for his first win, and I can understand him, throwing it down there. That was all right. Didn't work out for him or me, but that's just racing. Probably if I didn't have contact there on the exit of the last corner, with him behind me, I probably would have got ahead of Visible. But we don't live in the world of make believe. We live in the world of now, and that's just how it is.
All right then. Well, that is the 600 miles of Sunset, and I believe we wanted to talk a little bit about what's coming up next for PPRL.
Yeah, so this is not the end. End of my managerial status with regards to NASCAR for at least a season. It'll be Mr. PRG Dawson that'll be taking over next season for us, because I'm going to be pushing over into Formula One and just expanding our league out, which will be good. We have a lot of plans over there. We're potentially having 2 different divisions with F1 and F2. When will it be ready? I'd like to think end of this month, but probably realistically mid of next. It's much more difficult than you think. But yeah, look, thank you everyone for coming along this season. In general, when we got started, we were the pretenders back on the block. We'd been away for a good 4 to 5 years. We were more or less pushed out of of league racing. Jody knows all about that story, and so does Dawson. Years ago, we were originally we were always PPRL. PPRL turned into XRS, and now XRS is PPRL again, but XRS is sort of its own little offshoot. All I can say is, haha, fuck you assholes, we're back. Sorry to be nasty on stream, but we're back. We've done a full season. We've done it bigger and better than anybody on Forza this season with regards to NASCAR. I think we're the place to be for NASCAR, and we're back and bigger and better than ever, and we've proved a lot of people wrong. So, and it's not just me. I've got a lot of people to thank, all my administrators, especially Jody here, our NASCAR trainer. It drives me completely insane, this kid, but, he's a good egg all in all, isn't he? He's a good egg. And without his, I guess, drive over this last several years of, come on, we got to do this, it probably would have never happened. So you can all thank Jody for pushing me into making this decision. Big congratulations to Fluff. Now he's actually the first rookie winner since the inception of PPRL back in 2014 or 13. Wow. So that's a super impressive thing to see. I'd never seen a rookie come in and I won't say much dominate, but win a championship. I mean, it was incredible.
Do we know much about Fluff's background in the game? Like, how long has he played? Like, I'd really be curious to hear about what the champion's history with the game.
He's clearly been racing a long, long time. Anyway, I'll let Fluff answer that.
Yeah, well, it was right time, right place. I didn't play Forza a lot when the NASCARs, before the NASCARs came out, but I would always do like the endurance races, but I'd only do it like once a month. I was mainly on the F1 games, and coincidentally one day I hopped on to Forza, found NASCARs. I did a few races, and Adam and Jody found me. So,
I raced against you about half the freaking night.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It was such a massive, massive surprise when I found the kid, because it was just a looking for group. I put it out there, and he joined, and he started beating me, and I'm like, where's this kid come from? Never heard of him. Never heard of him before. Never heard of him. And here he is beating me in a NASCAR on an oval and a circuit. So that was really impressive, and I thought, well, we definitely need to keep up with him.
Me and him at Eagle Rock had the same pace. Now he's got freaking faster, but now he has used the spec tune, so we're gonna be on the same page now.
Yeah, when we move over to the fixed tunes, it'll really be interesting to see how that levels out the field for the skill levels that are out here.
Yeah, well, for sure. I suppose, in a sense, it gives everybody an even playing field to play with. I still think the best drivers are still going to be near the front. Guys like Fluff, Dawson, Tsunami, Aixiv, they're all going to be at the front week in, week out, because we know they're fast regardless of wherever they are. So that's just the champion mentality. I think they've got ingrained with them. Visible also now starting to really prove his worth. He's been with us he's winning races. He's winning races. Is all that matters. He's winning races, and two races in a row, and 3 race wins this season. He's proving that he's definitely got the capacity on oval, at least, to stick it with the big boys.
Yes, a highlight on an oval with a high degree of randomization. But thank you, I appreciate it.
So, any final thoughts for this evening as we wrap up the long season with one of the longest races of the year?
Look, I'll be honest with you. I'll just end it with this. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up all season long. This has been a lot of work on myself and also my administrators throughout the season, and it's just been fantastic having all the support from everybody. I could not have done it without the support of others, for sure, because I would have totally died of boredom. But yeah, here we are. We've finished it. It's done now. We're going to push into next season. It's going to be bigger and better next season. We're going to have more videos and everything posted prior to pre-season, so get everybody amped up and excited. And hopefully next season is even bigger than this one. We'll see what happens. We'll also have an all-star race next season as well, so and we all know what happens in the All-Star race. So, yeah, looking forward to that. But hey, thank you
And Adam,
everyone for
I'm
coming
sure
on and
I
supporting me.
I'm sure I speak for the rest of the group that we appreciate all of the hard work that you put in, and we know it's not always neat, but you obviously work really hard to make it a good experience for everyone, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
And
Awesome.
thanks you for
That's about it. That's it.
thank you, Adam, for putting this all on. Thank you for bringing me on board, and I look forward to, as you said, being on next season to present and call the races for you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, coming along to PPRL. That's awesome. I hope you come back
check
next
out
season.
PPRL. There'll be invite links in the Discord for y'all to come and join in the future. But yeah, we'll be on the lookout for when the next season starts up. And we are going to call that for the night. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna mute for just a second. Be right back. All right, everybody. That is going to be it for us tonight. And as we said, that is the end of the PPRL League for the season. It has been fun. It has been a long night. It is going on 2 a.m. for me. And I'm going to get some rest. I don't think I'm going to be doing any lives tomorrow, unfortunately. So that means that King of the Ring will be on hold until the next round, which I believe is going to be in 2 weeks. But you will be able to find me again on Monday doing LMU GT3 Festival, whatever that one is, and maybe some other stuff in the future. So keep posted, keep it on my channel. If you want to watch more PPRL, be sure to subscribe. We'll be back with them next season. If you want to watch me do my own racing, be sure to like and subscribe, do all that stuff you do on Twitch, and we'll be seeing you soon. So y'all have a good night.